Should I bang the gavel? Good evening. Is it on? Yeah. Good evening. It's 6:08 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Tonight we have Directors Teitler, DeFreitas, After, Ramirez, and myself present, meaning we have a quorum. Thank you to our interpreter. Would you please turn on the interpretation function and share the instructions with our participants?
And I don't know if I've ever seen teachers quiet down that fast.
Impressive. Good. The first business in order is the approval of the agenda. Directors, are there any proposed changes to the agenda as presented? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The next business in order is an executive session pursuant to section 24-6 4024E3 CRS, developing the strategy of the school district for negotiations relating to collective bargaining or employment contracts, specifically with respect to the school district's negotiations concerning a proposed collective bargaining agreement with the Roaring Fork Community Education Association for the term beginning July 1st, 2024. Do I have a motion? And inviting Dr. Cole, Stacy Park, and Brent Case. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education move into executive session pursuant to section 24-6 4024E3 CRS relating to, developing the strategy of the school district for negotiations relating to collective bargaining or employment contracts, specifically with respect to the school district's negotiation concerning a proposed collective bargaining agreement with the Roaring Fork Community Education Association for the term beginning July 1st, 2024. We're inviting Dr. Cole, Stacy Parks, and Brent Case.
I second.
Please call the vote.
Director After.
Aye.
Director Ramirez.
Aye.
Director Kohlenberg.
Aye.
Director DeFreitas.
Aye.
Director Teitler.
Aye.
The board will now move into executive session. The time is 6:11 p.m. We have allotted an hour and 15 minutes for this executive session. We'll return back to this room at that time. Thanks. We gotta wait for Jasmine. From executive session. Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, we have the District Attorney Brent Case coming online to verify the executive session.
Good evening, everyone. As the chair said, my name is Brent Case. I'm the attorney for the Roaring Fork School District Board.
Can't hear you, Brent.
Can you hear me now? Can anybody hear me? Begonia says they can hear me online. You just can't hear me in the boardroom. So, yeah, I can barely hear you. How about now? Anybody?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. This is Brent Case. I'm the attorney for the Roaring Fork School District Board of Education. It's just in an executive session for the purposes of providing legal advice on specific legal questions. We're in executive session from approximately 6:20 p.m. to 8:00 p.m. And I'm certifying that the entire executive session was attorney-client privileged and therefore not recorded. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Brent. Okay, our next business in order is an opening celebration and updates by our superintendent, Dr. Anna Cole.
Okay. Well, we got a full house, which is exciting. And it's late, so even more so. So this week and next, 1,733 AP exams are going to be taken by our students. Only 37% of those exams will be taken by our Hispanic and Latinx students this year. So we are still far off in terms of having a representative group of students take AP exams. And in fact, since 21-22 school year, that's only a 3% increase of the number of Hispanic and Latinx students taking AP exams. We're trending in the right direction, albeit too slowly. There are some bright spots, though, in terms of the number of AP tests, and certainly if we look at some specifics. So, for example, if we look at our STEM AP test participation by Latinx and Hispanic students, in the 21-22 school year, only 125 students were taking STEM-related AP tests, so a lot of your maths and sciences. Over 250 students, Latinx students, will be taking STEM-related AP exams this year. So that's a 100% increase, at least in those AP exams. This is the result of really intentional outreach and recruitment efforts by teachers and by leaders. So we're seeing some progress, but we still have a long way to go. So want to shout out the accomplishments that we've made, want to encourage our students who are studying and taking those really rigorous tests, and then nudge us and challenge us that we need to do better in terms of representation. The Mountain Family Health Center's School-Based Health Center hosted our end-of-year meeting on Monday for school leaders and partners. There have been over 4,000 services by a medical provider delivered through that partnership for students this year. In the schools where we have a clinic, almost over 50% of the students enrolled in those schools are have a patient relationship with the school-based health center. So in terms of like increasing access to integrated healthcare, that partnership continues to grow and is doing a great job. We continue to have some of the highest rates in the region of immunization compliance, especially with a lot of our newly immigrated students because of the partnerships we have with the school-based health center. So lots of celebrations there. We're looking forward to and planning on a remodel of the Roaring Fork High School clinic. Hopefully we're about 14 months out from that. So working on that for summer of 2025. Lots of great work. Grateful for the partnership with Mountain Family there. Last weekend, the Colorado Department of Education Family, School, and Community Partnership Division hosted its annual District Leaders Retreat. From our Family Resource Center, Family Partnering Specialist Sonia Roldan and FRC Program Director Christy Helms attended on behalf of the Roaring Fork schools. And the team was able to share promising practices, learn about current research in family, school, community partnerships, and connect with district leaders from around the state. Want to also share appreciation to the Eagle Holy Cross Ranger District of White River National Forest that had a surprise visit from our Sopris fifth graders. Yesterday, the fifth grade class was on its way to the zoo, got stuck on Vail Pass and ended up at the Minturn Forest Service office where Smokey the Bear showed up and there was some fire science education that happened. So lots of thanks for that partnership with the Ranger District. And then finally, just want to name that this is Teacher Appreciation Week. We have over 450 certified teachers in the Roaring Fork schools. And I love this quote that just reads that everyone who remembers their own education remembers teachers, not methods and techniques. The teacher is the heart of the educational system. And every single one of the celebrations I just shared has a teacher at the heart of it. So whether those are teachers who are encouraging Latinx students to step up and challenge themselves in a space where they're not necessarily represented and take an AP class, they're the ones that are helping hype kids up to perform and helping them feel comfortable and welcome in the classes. Our teachers are also often the folks who have trusted relationships with kids and are helping them have a warm handoff to the school-based health center so that kids know how to access those resources. They're also partnering with the Family Resource Center when it comes to partnering with parents and reaching out in collaboration. Our teachers are also the folks who are pivoting when kids are stuck on a closed highway and are having to find teachable moments anywhere at any time. And teachers are also the people who are turning out on a Wednesday night, sticking around with patients to be in this room in order to advocate to support teacher representation and advance interests in partnership with the district that'll make sure that our 450 teachers are seen, valued, and supported. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you. The next business in order is a safety program update presentation from Dustin Gehring.
I'm not Dustin.
Yes.
How is everybody? Good? Okay, so just kind of giving the safety program update. I think I was here a couple meetings ago and there was kind of this overarching question is we have this position, what has this position been doing? So wanted to give kind of an overview of what we've been able to kind of accomplish this year and maybe just a little snippet of where we want to see ourselves going forward. So first of all, this is the first time, is my understanding, that this district has had a role like mine that's fully dedicated to safety and security all the time. It's been kind of a extra role put on maybe the superintendent or the COO. And so kind of this thing that's just kind of on the side and maybe didn't get the attention that it probably required. So the first thing I wanted to do was to reorganize our school safety work. And I reorganized that into the 5 pillars of safety. This is also in alignment with the national preparedness goal, and that's endorsed by the Colorado Office of Safety. So I want to have some uniformity with the state and national level to what we're doing at the school level, and taking everything that we have, our programs, our initiatives, and putting those into the 5 pillars. And maybe that be our guiding light for safety, and created a mission statement for our school safety. Those 5 pillars are prevention, mitigation, protection, response, and recovery. So for tonight, just kind of giving the update of what we've kind of done. I've kind of categorized what we've been working on as they fit into those 5 pillars. First one was prevention. Site vulnerability assessments, just wrapped those up at the end of April. at all district buildings, going through and figuring out where we are strong and where we are weak. I was happy to see that overall, all of our buildings fall into the acceptable range. Acceptable is a score of over 50. This was a assessment that was provided by the Department of Homeland Security through the Colorado Office of Safety. So as that would show is, as an overall, our schools are safe. And so that was really promising. Obviously, when the score comes out, there's always room for improvement. We're not perfect. I don't know that anybody is. And so that kind of gives us some data to guide our efforts. So we were able to kind of identify some common themes in entry control, fencing, parking, and the building envelope, which is generally how the building is constructed, if you're not familiar with the term. We were also able to kind of show where we need to focus our efforts and give kind of recommendations like removing double handles from exterior doors, something that most people don't think about as, as they're building buildings, maybe additional signage to direct visitors into one door rather than a free for all for every door. We really need to kind of improve our trainings or hone in our trainings. We have a lot of policies and procedures that are solid. It's just a matter of how we follow and we execute those trainings. So we need to focus there a little bit, focus improvements. And so we're focusing improvements primarily on visitor control, improving our drill procedure, which I'll touch on a little bit later, and then maybe some technical issues like our alarm volume and clarity, which work closely with facilities and tech on that sort of thing. I was also able to, which was really good for me since I'm new to the community, coming from the Midwest, coming here, I was able to participate in community forums on drug prevention and safety. That was for me to kind of get the message out about safety, but also get feedback back in. Safety to me is not something that I can do in a silo. I have to have buy-in from admins, from teachers, from staff, from the community to make it all work. So it was really nice to kind of introduce myself to the community and get that feedback as well. The 5 pillars, as I talked about, and in with the community forums, I was able to get my contact information out there as well. And I fielded, phone calls and emails from people in the public giving feedback or asking questions, which has been really good for them to have clarity. I've even had people volunteer that want to be safety officers and things of that nature. So kind of a wide range of things, but that was a good way to get a connection with the public and allow them to have a connection to me. Also been updating the safety portion of the school website to get some of those resources out there. Hadn't been updated in a while. It was pretty bland, not done, of course, yet. Trying to put more stuff there as well as it comes in and we kind of sift through it. But those will be more community resources that people can access anytime they want. And then my contact information will be there as well. For mitigation, drill procedures. This has been really an important focus for me this year is drill procedures. When I first got here watching drills and assessing drills, it was kind of like, this is a bother a little bit. And so now it's, hey, let's do this more. So it simulates a more real life scenario. So it gets us in that frame of mind to do the right things and when to do the right things and to stay consistent with it. And from the day one, when I started to where I am at now, miles of improvement. I've been really encouraged by that. Really getting involved with the emergency personnel, fire and police on scene when we do those drills. So they're participating as well. So teachers, students and staff and admins kind of see what we're supposed to be really seeing in a real life scenario, more or less. So they have that kind of that muscle memory, I guess. It also helps us identify issues or gaps in training. We find that if somebody like, hey, I came into the school late, I didn't get that beginning of the year training. I need to have like a little re-up here. Okay. Or we hear the alarm didn't work or whatever, we can kind of fix that. So I try to attend nearly every drill. Some drills double up, so I can't get to all of them, but nearly every drill I was there so far this year. Knock on wood, I'll finish May. And so to give that oversight and get that feedback, which has been really important. I can't be everywhere in the building, so it's nice to hear feedback, even from teachers if they can't hear something. Training, like I mentioned before, trying to hone that in, anticipating some beginning of the year trainings for standard response protocol for admins. We also offered training throughout the year if admins want to take advantage of that, like on an early out Wednesday for PDs with their SRO on the SRP. Some did take advantage of that, and we're happy to do that anytime they want to throughout the year, hoping to offer more of that, maybe some more concentrated building specific type stuff. We anticipate a train the trainer model. gap in our training was kind of our cafeteria staff, our custodial staff, and how are they involved in drills or in an emergency situation. I see that gap. So I want to be able to train the trainer. And so when new employees or turnover happens there, they'll be able to train those employees as they come in, and they'll be ready to do. I also participated in PD sessions throughout the year. I work in safety, but safety affects so many different things as well. So it's nice to see how safety connects to the academics and things like that, and see how that all kind of works together in the school setting. Protection, this was a lot about collaboration with emergency personnel. I'm a direct contact for our SROs, police in general, fire. That's been a great relationship I've been having with them as far as communication goes. Even the things we had, accident out in front of Glenwood High. Almost immediately, I got a call from chief of police, and he said, "Hey, there's an accident. Let you know that there's no involvement with any of the school people and all that stuff." So that quells a lot of worries, and I can get that messaging out. So that communication, that direct contact's been really, really, really valuable. Collaborating with partners like Hope Center, which I'll touch on a little bit later. Aligning the drills with SROs, kind of touched on that. And then, there's kind of a continuous review of our policy and procedures to make sure we're always up on best practices and things like that. And we're doing what the industry standard says we should be doing. Response and recovery. So here again, there's a lot of collaboration with leaders. We're developing, I should say, the canine usage procedure as we go forward with that. Retooled the threat assessment, and that was a lot of work with the Hope Center, and Anna had a lot to do with that as well. So collaborating there. And then kind of developing and fostering the relationships with building administrators. And that's probably the one thing that I'm probably most proud of. Throughout this year, when I've talked with Anna, or Anna's done a presentation, or anybody has done it, it's been our superpower is our relationships. And that's been really awesome for me to go into buildings and start to build that trust and work with administrators and get text messages from them when they have questions or emails or phone calls, and they feel like they can trust me enough to ask those questions. So I'm really proud of that I've been able to kind of indoctrinate myself into them so very early on in the process. Been able to participate with threat assessments at the building level. My background, some of my background is in threat assessment, so it's nice to be able to still participate and do that with building administrators, especially when they ask. I work with tech and facilities often for solutions. This is like your alarm issues, door issues, anything like that comes up. And I was lucky enough to train as a Title IX investigator. Haven't been used yet. Good thing. But I have been trained in that as well. So that's kind of the overview. I know that was quick. We're here late, so I tend to talk fast anyway. Apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was great. So we'll go around 2 minutes each and then 5 minutes of open discussion. And I'll start with Director DeVries.
Thanks for being here, and thanks for taking the time and staying late. I wanted to just say I really appreciate the point of contact that you were discussing, both for the external partnerships with our first responders, and then also with the leadership in the building. I do feel like having a centralized point to reach there has made communication a lot more efficient, sense of safety. And I think it goes both ways as well too, that I hope that you feel like building leadership could ask you some difficult questions about presence of law enforcement and procedures surrounding canine implementation going forward, if that's something that you're comfortable with.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I want to say thank you for being here. I have a couple questions for you. The first one would be, do you have any specific plans, or do you have any specific ideas on how to address outdoor safety at schools? It's something I hear from parents again and again and again, and especially like being on the playground, lack of fences, and maybe this envelope that you're talking about. Do we have plans moving forward to address that area? Because that's the one that I get the most feedback from.
Yeah. So building my recommendations for everybody going forward, fencing is on there. I want to make sure we can fence in our entire campus, not just playgrounds and things. That's something we're going to begin to explore. That would probably be a big ticket item. So it's not something we'll do tomorrow, but it's definitely something we're exploring to enclose our campuses so we know who's supposed to be there and who's not supposed to be there, and give that delineation from the public. I know we have basically open campuses throughout the district where there's not a lot of fencing. There is some around playgrounds, but it's very short fencing. So could be a lot of foot traffic from the public that just kind of randomly goes through the day. And so that is something in my recommendations to explore going forward, is to enclose our campuses. Yes.
Great. And My second question, is there anything that you're needing to help make your position more effective? Is it something that you need some support on, or are you getting the backing that you're needing at all times, or is there anything that we can help you with?
At this time, I have had nothing but support from whether it be Ben, Anna, anybody, that building admins, teachers approach me and ask questions and say, hey, we want to do this. The community forums, everybody seemed really supportive of the work that I'm trying to do as well. So at this point, I feel very supported. If this goes on and grows, and maybe that's something down the road, but at this moment, I feel really supported.
Okay, that's great to hear. And just make sure you're free to reach out if you feel like you do need additional support. Thank you.
Thank you. Director After?
Thanks for being here and for the presentation. Are you sticking around for the discussion of ADD? Okay, you don't have to, it's late, but I think most of my questions are actually on that policy we're considering on safe schools. I did have a couple though, more related to what you talked about. So can you be specific about how you're thinking we should fix the entryway situation at some of the schools? Is it a physical solution or a training solution?
It's more of a training solution. And that goes back to, it's kind of a holistic approach. I think that the community has gotten used to, and I think somebody mentioned in a community forum, our kids are too nice. Like they'll hold the door for an adult if they see them, which they shouldn't do. That's a safety breach, especially if they don't know the adult, sort of thing. Or, you get used to people coming in all the time, so you just buzz them through, it's just, you kind of get into this rhythm of everything's okay. We have to be a little more apprehensive. So that's a training thing. The secure vestibules that we have are great. We just have to use them the way they're intended to be used.
Mhm.
And that's why I kind of always say we have to clean up our house before we buy new toys. So let's make sure our policy and procedure and we're following that, and that's tight before we start going on to bigger ticket items that could really take us to the next level. But let's get our policy and procedures the way we want it, which we have in place. We just training to make it right.
Great, thanks. And I'm curious from your expertise from before you joined the team here, or Ben, for your thoughts too. Do you feel like when you look at the school environment and what's going on in schools, do you feel like our kids are equally safe there, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status?
Yes, I wouldn't speak to culture because I don't dive into that world very often as far as the culture of the building. So I can't speak to that, but as far as the site facility and things of that nature and the way we should be trained to handle everything, yes, I do. But it's like I said, I can't speak to the culture that much. I don't dive into that too much.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thanks. That's all for now. Thanks.
Director Ramirez?
Thank you so much for your presentation, for all your work thus far. I did have some questions in regards to the score of acceptable. Can you please tell me what's the highest score we can receive?
100.
100.
Yep.
And so what is the point range for acceptable?
So once you hit over 50, you're in the acceptable range.
And
So 50 to 100, you're in acceptable.
then at 100, you would be perfect.
You'd be
So,
perfect.
okay.
I couldn't name you a building that'd be perfect though. So in anywhere, not just here.
and were all of our schools at acceptable? Like,
For the most part, yes, it's categorized. So there's 7 different categories like entry control, fencing, parking, and it kind of all breaks up. So they all get their individual score. So you may have, 5 of the areas where you're acceptable, and then you might be just below on the next, but your composite would be over. Does that make sense?
yeah.
So all of us were over we're in the acceptable range, but we do have areas where we can improve. And even if we're over the 50, we're not at 100. So we can still improve those as well. So.
Right. And so you've identified which schools
Yep.
need the extra support. Okay.
Yep.
I also wanted to ask, in the last slide for response and recovery, you put developed K-9 usage procedure.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that's something, I wanted to know if you could clarify. Is that something you've created this already?
It's in the process of. That should have been developing. Sorry, it's in the process of.
And when will that be completed?
Hopefully soon. We were last time, Anna and I were working on that, and we put it out to feedback for the building administrators, and they've given us some feedback back. So just kind of retooling that. So I'm hoping soon. I couldn't give you a date, but soon.
Okay, and that would hit the community as well, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we're planning to have, be as very transparent as possible, putting it out on the website, letters to parents, all this, letters to students, and putting it in handbooks and all that stuff. So we want to be as transparent as possible with that whole usage.
Right. And is that something, do we know, is that something the board is approving, Anna? Okay. And then you also mentioned that you had gone to nearly all of the drills.
Mhm.
What schools have you not visited yet?
I visited all the schools at one
Oh.
time. It's just like if a fire drill is at Sopris and a fire drill is at Roaring Fork at the same time, I can't be both places.
Right.
So I'll pick one if I'm closer, happen to be, or whatever that way.
But
I've
you've,
been to all of them for most of their drills.
and you've been to all the schools for a drill.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work. And it seems like this is a position that as a parent, I appreciate having, and I appreciate kind of the clarity and the continuity that your role provides. And it's clear that you're very knowledgeable about this. And so it's wonderful to have this type of presentation, I think, sitting here, because we've consistently had questions about safety. We get them from the community. The board has consistently had them since I've sat on it. I wanted to follow up on Director DeFreitas' questions about being the point of contact, because I think that that's a super important part of your role.
Mhm.
And I'm just curious, are you feeling like that's working? You feel like you have good working relationships across communities, across counties? Because I know that
Yeah.
that's caused
Yeah.
some issues in the past.
Yeah, I don't think that I have any issue, none that I know of. Let's
Good.
put it that way. Whatever they say when I'm not on the phone with them, I don't know. But no, as far as that goes, I've had great working relationships as far as like building admins. It goes both ways. I'll ask them questions, they'll ask me
Yeah.
questions. Fire, we just, like in Glenwood, we just switched fire inspector, and the first thing he did was like, here's my contact. And we've been texting back and forth. Here's when drills are, come on over, so on and so forth. So yeah, it's been great. And here again, I feel nothing but support so far.
Excellent.
So-
Is there going to be a safety summit again this June?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
it's June 14th. I just got the invite.
Great.
Like 2 days ago, maybe.
I should go.
I should have got one.
No. Okay, great. I don't have any other questions right now. So we'll go into 5 minutes of open board discussion. Anybody has anything else?
I just want to reiterate how grateful we are that you have the knowledge and skills for this. I think this is something crucial, not just for families and staff and students, but I think it's really been a pivotal part for us as a team, as a board, as leadership, of being able to create that relationship with not just our county and city and all of the different people that we need to be in contact with during an emergency.
Mhm.
And so just that alone is a really big improvement, and I appreciate that work you've done.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, at this time, we welcome members of the public who have signed up to address the board. There are 8 speakers signed up tonight. The board allots 45 minutes for public comment. To respect the time of all who are present, speakers are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. Reminder to all speakers to uphold our procedures for public comment. We ask you to be thoughtful and constructive with your comments, and thank you in advance for sharing your feedback. Members of the public who wish to share their views with the board may always do so in writing at any time. For this evening's public comment, we received 1 written comment. Our first speaker tonight is Autumn Rivera.
Good evening. I'm Autumn Rivera. I teach at Columbus Springs Middle School. I've been there for 11 years, 18 years teaching. I am here to speak tonight in favor of the CBC that you all just met about. I've been an IBB member for 10 years and have been part of the negotiating process and all of that has entailed. In 2022 and 2023, IBB tasked us as a district to start creating this contract and wanted to put all of these different negotiated pieces in it, including our displacement policy, our time agreement policy, all of these different pieces that we've negotiated on. And so I was a little disappointed to see that maybe those might not be included in final drafts, because I think that if we're respecting this IBB process that has spent multiple hours where teachers, the displacement policy, I spent 2 years personally on working with different the director of HR. We met with, there was about 5 other IBB members and also administration meeting with that piece. To not have that be included sort of makes the IBB process look like it's not something that's been important. And for someone who's been volunteering on this committee for 10 years, it's a little hard for me to understand why that part is not being included. So I really encourage you all to think about that. I think also with the time agreement, that was something that I worked with Kenny and with Stacy on this year in our IBB process. We all came to consensus on that. So to have it reach consensus in one place and not have that follow through to what it might look like on the CBC is also something that is a little bit confusing to me. I am here speaking because I feel like I'm able to do this and represent my teachers, but I know that there are multiple teachers that did not feel comfortable speaking here tonight and came and spoke to me about it. Having the just cause and having the due process included in this contract would help teachers feel more protected, would help teachers feel safer. We want what's best. We want it to be clear and outlined. Just like in my classroom, I have a classroom contract. They know what they need to do. They understand the process of things get a little messy. That same thing should be set up for our teachers and our staff as well. I'm really grateful that you are all seeking a lot of information and you're looking into what's happening. And I'm really excited to celebrate in a couple weeks when we can get this passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Parker.
Hi, I'm David Parker. I'm teaching music at Soapers Elementary for the last 9 years. I'm here on behalf of our district music team to just talk for a moment to you about our thoughts. I've sent you a document. Tammy McSwain has also sent you a couple of documents. I just like to start by, it's really heartening to have a superintendent send a letter like you did. In my 9 years, I've never had a superintendent mention music before. So that was really heartening. Thank you. It's also a little bit disheartening to hear that our district is committed to providing exploratories, but not to guarantee any. Our district seems to be very focused on equity for all students. And then it's not equitable that all students in Glenwood are receiving music ed and students in Carbondale or parts of Basalt are not. Music ed is nationally recognized as part of the Common Core subjects of academics. Colorado has 115 pages of music standards for pre-K through 12th grade. We can't say that nationally and state recognized subject area is going to be ignored just because the school is small and hard decisions need to be made. After school programming is not enough. There are so many students who won't be served in after school programming, and they won't get the opportunity to find out if music is their thing. Those students who get after school programming are not the ones who really need to be served by music education. It won't be equitable for them either. Those kids will not feel what it's like to make amazing music with their peers. They will not receive the experience of working with a professional musician and teacher on a regular basis in their school. I feel really strongly about this. My music teachers were the most powerful people for me as I was growing up and shaping my life. And there are admin in our district who think it's okay to deny the opportunity to be guided by music, to deny students the opportunity to be guided by music in their life. We, the district music team, we ask that you look at the data we've collected about music ed in our district and read the letters we've written. And please understand that as a team of music professionals, we're here to help in any way we can to sustain and create thriving music programs for all the students in our district. Whenever you're ready to commit to guaranteeing equitable access for all students to all Common Core subjects. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeannie Lakin.
President Kuhlenberg, directors of the board, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Jean Lakin, and I'm an elementary teacher in this district speaking in favor of a fair, consistent, and extensively negotiated collective bargaining contract. I would like to ground my comments today in First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt's words. I am who I am today because of the choices I made yesterday. Today, I might add on to her words and say, we are who we are because of the choices we made yesterday. And so I ask, what choices are you making today, tomorrow's yesterday, for our community? Our students' learning conditions are our working conditions as teachers, which is why I am grateful you are supporting a contract with the RFCA, who represents all teachers in our district. Even though IBB has negotiated agreements over the years, it is still no light task to draft a first contract with fair and consistent language. As dating and marriage are not the same, 16 years here, agreements and contracts do not bear the same load. As we strive to retain teachers and attract new ones, it is imperative we have a fair first contract because it lays the foundation for a healthy, long-term professional relationship, one that is protected and also has a standard outlined for how we safely, reasonably support teachers on their own journeys as learners. As we strive to grow as a district in ways that are predictable and consistent for our students, a first contract would foster the same for all our educators. This isn't about taking sides. This is about solutions, so that tomorrow and the day after, long after, we can be proud of the decisions made today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Cassandra Alsop. Just reading the list.
Hello, I'm Cassandra Alsop, and I've been teaching in the Roaring Fork School District for 13 years now at Glenwood Springs Middle School. And I graduated from Glenwood Springs High School, and so I love this community and came back for a reason, and truly do love our kiddos a lot. And I wanted to thank you guys for being here tonight. It's late, and I know everybody in this room is tired right now. So I thank you for your willingness to listen to us tonight with an open mind, especially since it's Teacher Appreciation Week. So as a social studies teacher, I'm tasked with the important role of empowering students with the knowledge surrounding the necessity of having checks and balance systems in a democratic society. And despite the chaos that my students and I see in the news as we study current events, I truly still believe in the goodness of people and try to instill that in my own students. However, I also teach students that even the best of us mess up sometimes because we're all human and by nature imperfect. Therefore, setting up balances and structures to help guide justice can be powerful tools to build trust and equity in any institution, and education is no different. The CBC is just that, a system of checks and balances that honors years of collaborative voluntary work between educators and administrators who created this document as guidelines to build trust and respect amongst all. As we have all seen, this school year has been a really challenging one when it comes to trusting educational leadership. Approving the CBC would be a necessary and crucial step in building back that trust between educators and our community. And we need that to continue to provide a high quality education to our students, who we all have a moral obligation to serve to the best of our ability. The CBC would help take away obstacles and expedite systems so that educators and administrators can do their jobs and ensure students are excelling. I hope you all seriously take the time to consider your voices of your teachers here tonight and approve the CBC contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Alan Munoz.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Alan Munoz, and I'm the regional manager for Voces Unidas de las Montañas, a nonprofit organization based here in our valley that works to elevate the voices of Latino parents in our community. And it's been over 390 days since hundreds of students, parents, and community members came together to demand that the Roaring Fork School District do better to protect all students, regardless of their immigration status. This was after Glenwood High School allowed Border Patrol to come to campus, a direct violation to a 10-year community district agreement known as a Safe Haven Resolution. Clearly, that symbolic resolution was not enough. For 390 days, we testified month after month, demanding the approval of a safe haven policy and regulation. Hundreds of community members sent letters to board members. Voces Unidas staff and community leaders met individually with board members. We also met several times now with 2 different superintendents, providing background and language suggestions that would meet our demands in a safe haven policy. And lastly, we made this policy concept a non-negotiable part of our candidate endorsement process. And all 3 board members who were elected in 2023, with our support, agreed to pass the policy. When passed, this policy and the regulations that will follow will create and ensure safety for all students and families. Specifically, this policy will prevent past violations of trust from reoccurring, including allowing SROs to have any involvement with immigration enforcement activities and preventing immigration enforcement agencies like Border Patrol from being invited to campus. And while we should celebrate this accomplishment, it is also a reminder that we are far from where the Roaring Fork School District should be in 2024. This policy, to be frank, should have been done 10 years ago. And it should not require this level of political pressure to do what is right. It is evident to us that Latino parents and the Latino community in general are desperately missing from the day-to-day debates and decisions that are being made about our students. As an organization, Voces Unidas is committed to helping create the political environment where more Latino students, parents, and community members feel safe to advocate and actively participate to create positive change in their school district. We will continue to work in good faith with any administration, as we did with this policy, to ensure that we catch up and start to address longstanding racial equity issues. We still don't have a plan to address the 40% achievement gap between Latino students and white students. We still don't have a plan to diversify leadership and teacher roles. And we still don't have a plan to involve Latino parents in decision-making roles at the school and district level. The work is not over. Thank you for doing what is right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Dameron.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for staying late tonight and many nights. I'm here to also talk about the CBC. The social contract that Autumn mentioned is a cornerstone of the classroom. It's I learned about it in a great book called The Way We Want Our Class to Be. And the way it works is you sit down with your kids at the beginning of the year and you say, what kind of a life would you like in this classroom? And then you say, how can we make that kind of a life happen? And then you say, what if someone doesn't do these things that would make this kind of a life happen? So the social contract is an introduction to the cornerstones of democracy, like just cause and due process, which we are hoping you will agree to put into the collaborative bargaining contract. And I think the social contract process is also very similar to the strategic planning process. We have decided as a community about the way we want our district to be. When I and others were displaced in 2017, there was no just cause for me. And if I hadn't found my job at BMS, I would have moved on to a different district by now. When I saw the just cause due process provisions in the draft of the CBC, I quickly scanned through it and thought, well, this is a no-brainer. Who wouldn't allow just cause and due process for people they trust and respect? And I know you just met with your lawyer in your executive session. And my guess is your lawyer might have said something like, with these provisions, it will be harder to get rid of bad teachers. I disagree. I don't think that is true. I think there are safeguards against movements such as that, but I do think the reverse is true. I think it is easier to get rid of good teachers without these provisions and protections. So if you really want to get us something for Teacher Appreciation Week, what we'd really love is a collaborative bargaining contract. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katie Hebson.
Good evening. My name is Katie Hebson, and I am a second grade teacher at Basalt Elementary. I want to thank the board for supporting a contract with RFCEA, who represent all teachers in our district. I know RFCEA and administration have put in many hours to draft a carefully thought out contract with fair and consistent language. I want to thank you for your work on that as well. My hope is that IBB's extensively negotiated agreements will be honored in the contract moving forward. These are agreements that have been implemented for years already and have guided our district through many changes we have seen. As a teacher, my day is highly scheduled. Every minute counts. It is important to me that we have extensively negotiated agreements around the way we spend our time written into our contract. It needs to be predictable and consistent no matter who occupies the teaching or administrative positions in our district. If teachers need to be corrected, it is important that there is a standard outlining under what conditions it should happen and how it should happen. We want this to be the same no matter which school we teach in or who our administrators are. I treat each of my students with equal respect and with consistent expectations. I want the district to do the same for our educators. We ask for reasonable standards and the opportunity to make improvements if necessary. We ask to be able to have a representative with us if we are in an uncomfortable situation related to our performance. Please also consider granting our special service providers the right to earn non-probationary status, along with the rest of our teachers. Our current policy makes it hard to hire and retain these positions, and the Band-Aid solution is expensive for the district. I urge you to please carry this momentum forward and continue to work diligently on this contract so that a final version can be completed and ratified before teachers leave for the summer. I recognize this is hard work, but it is work that creates consistency and equity for people like me who put their heart and soul into caring for the students of our valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Heather Wilson.
Hi. I am a special education teacher at Crystal River Elementary School, and I love my job. I get to do great work with some kids with some big challenges and make a difference in their lives. And I work with a great group of professionals. I love the professionals I work with in the district, been a part of IBB. I just feel like the district is getting better and better with all of this great work that we've been doing. But I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of a particular group that I'm also honored to work with, and that's the special service providers. I work with them every day. I mean, they are my colleagues. They are hardworking, talented professionals, and they deserve to have the non-probationary status that all teachers will have and do have. I do believe that no harm would come from adding this as part of the collective bargaining contract, but I do think harm could come from not adding it. I think that it sends a message that they're not as valued as the teachers that they work alongside. And I don't think this is a message really. I know you don't want to send this message. I know you value the special service providers. I know you do. So let's include them in this. I really don't see why we wouldn't. As a matter of fact, 3 and possibly 4 of our 10 comparison school districts and many other districts in the state are moving to a model of including SSPs in master contracts in order to be able to get non-probationary status. Eagle, Summit, Aspen all have that as part of their agreement. and Steamboat is currently negotiating it. They're just really important to me and to our school community, and most importantly to our kids. And so let's send the right message to them and have them be able to get this non-probationary status.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers. The next business in order is the approval of the consent agenda, which includes routine personnel, minutes from a previous board meeting, policies and regulations, ADG, ADG-R, IHAMA, KB, HA, HC, HD, HH, HL, and HO, and repeal of policy IGAG. Directors, are there any items that you would like to pull off of the consent agenda for a separate discussion and vote?
I would like to make a motion to pull ADG/ADGR, the safe haven policy, as well as the H policies for a vote on our next board meeting, May 22nd.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
And to be clear, the motion is to pull ADG/ADG-R for separate discussion and vote tonight, and to pull all H policies or HC for a vote next. To pull all H policies for a final vote next meeting. Is there a second on that motion? Yes.
I second.
Okay. Everybody in favor of that adjustment?
Do we have discussion?
On the polling? No, anyone can actually pull it, so it doesn't require a vote. Okay, so pending right now then is approval of the consent agenda, which includes routine personnel, minutes from our previous board meeting, policies IHAMA, KB, and repeal of a policy IGAG. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda with routine personnel, meeting minutes, IHAMA, repeal of policy IGAG, and KB. Approval of KB.
Is there a second to that?
A second.
Can you please call the vote?
Thomas,
Oh, I.
Director Cronin,
Aye.
Director Paredes,
Aye.
Director Titler. Aye. Director After.
Aye.
Motion passes. The next item on the agenda will be a discussion and separate vote on ADG and ADG-R. We'll begin with Director Titler. Or actually, I'm going to begin with Director Ramirez since she made the motion.
Thanks. Thank you. I just wanted to pull this safe haven policy. I think it deserved the opportunity for all of us to provide our thoughts and appreciation. I think, as was stated earlier tonight, there was obviously a push, not just from families and from students, but also from Voces Unidas, who made, who I think really made it possible and allowed that conversation with our superintendent to take place, and worked collaboratively to be able to create this and bring it forward. And so, you know, I appreciate the accountability. I think it matters. And I also appreciate the opportunity to be part of this board at this moment, to be able to pass the safe haven policy and to ensure that we're working towards safety and inclusivity and a welcoming environment for all students and families.
Thank you. Director DeFreitas.
I don't have any further comment on that one.
Director Titler.
Last week, I commented on how I'm proud of our district for getting this policy enacted, and I'm very much in favor of it, and just would like to read a part that I think is a good summary that says why we should be doing this and what it is as a district that we believe in. And point 4 on this policy talks about promoting inclusion And it says that the district actively promotes tolerance, inclusion, and cultural richness within our district. All learners, regardless of their backgrounds, are embraced and supported. And I'm glad that we believe this as a district.
Thank you. Director After.
Not much of substance to add here since we've had some good, robust discussions on the policy through the previous readings, but just a note that I'm honored to be able to vote for it tonight and grateful to the many advocates who have kept the momentum going toward this important moment.
I'll round us out with echoing that. I think that Director Ramirez's point about accountability and holding this board and any body of elected officials to task is incredibly important. And it's work that is valued, even though sometimes it is uncomfortable and it's hard. So I appreciate it. And I'm thankful for administration's work on this and Dr. Cole's work on this specifically, and the understanding and knowledge of the importance of policy in our district and in our communities and how it can impact the day-to-day for our students, our parents, our families, our staff, everyone. So thank you to everyone who's gotten us here to this point. And although it's belated, I'm happy that we're here. So any further board discussion? Can you please call the vote?
Director Kuhlenberg,
Aye.
Director DeFreitas,
Aye.
Director Titler,
Aye.
Director After,
Aye.
Director Ramirez.
Motion passes. Directors, we've just approved the consent. Love the applause after everything. It's great. It's great for 9 p.m. We've just approved the consent agenda as well as ADG/ADG-R. We've moved the final reading of the H policies to next meeting, May 22nd. The next item on the agenda is discussion on policies and regulations, ADD, GBEB, IHAM, and IHM-R, and repeal of policy IGAE. So each board member will have 2 minutes to share any comments or ask questions on these policies, and we'll begin with Director Titler.
I think I asked my question when we had our presentation on safe schools, so I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Director After.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. I do have some questions about this one. So, thanks, Dustin, for sticking around. Not sure if this is in your remit. But sorry, let me just grab my notes here. My questions are centered around the prevention of abuse in students and student athletes and students undertaking other activities that are related to school and maybe directly or indirectly related to school, but maybe taking place outside of school, normal school hours, where they might be potentially the most vulnerable. So sports, extracurriculars, after school activities, just away from the standard safety net of schools. And I think this policy starts to get to that in some of the later bullet points, which is great. I just had a concerning moment with a community member recently. They said that they're a coach for a sport in our district. And there were 2 things that were concerning to me. One was that they were paid so little as a coach that it wasn't worth it for them to, so they were volunteering as a coach because it wasn't worth it to go through the hassle of getting paid, which meant that they also weren't getting background checked. So I don't know if that's entirely true, but there's definitely a red flag for me of like, what are we doing about keeping our student athletes and our students safe? And there's so many best practices out there now. The U.S. Center for Safe Sport is one that I know you guys are, I'm sure, aware of, but I just think the policy in particular, it talks about this child sexual abuse and assault prevention plan. So I'd love to be directed to where I can take a look at that. But I just kind of want a view from you all as the experts and the ones leading this work that like someone's got their eye on this topic. Because wow, that was fast.
That was fast.
Because I've asked around the edges of it, but I haven't felt like I really am clear on like who is making sure that our students are safe in those contexts.
Couple questions in there. Why don't I start with the athlete piece, and then I wonder, Dustin, if you want to jump in on some of the plan. But I will name that, there are a couple things that you mentioned. One about coaches and pay. That is definitely something we are aware of, that those coaches' salary schedules haven't moved in a couple of years. The budget you all are going to see here in a couple of weeks for the first read will have an increase in our athletic coaches' salaries as a proposal. So that's coming. I've been working with Chief Baumfalk with the athletic directors this year. We've, in some of the turnover, just tried to find a better home for them. And in the first meetings that we had with the athletic directors, one of the things they asked for, and that we were like, that makes a ton of sense, let's do it, was a standardized district training and onboarding that's required every year for our coaches. So we're building the first one out. The first one will be August 6th, and then we'll do one at least twice a year, if not 3 times a year, where it'll be a required training. At least there'll be a full day for brand new coaches and then always a half day for returning coaches. And it'll address a lot of this. Now, like, coaches have always had to do a lot of training through CHASA online, do trainings with us and onboarding with HR, but it hasn't been standardized. It hasn't been, I think, maybe deliberate and explicit. And so I think we identified maybe a similar gap to what you were hearing. I was like, how are we ensuring accountability, fidelity to a model, clarity around the messaging? And so, delighted to share with you that we are going to be leaning in on this in terms of creating these trainings that do address a lot of these topics, and will be bringing to coaches' attention a lot of the key policies around these pieces. And then I would say, generally, we have these plans for each of these linked. And I know that in terms of child sexual abuse and assault, that most of that is led by Kelly Medina, the director of the Family Resource Center. And so we do have a plan on that. I don't know if there's other pieces. Justin?
It should be linked in that ADDE document. I think it was the child abuse there. And Kelly Medina would have filled in that juncture for that exhibit. And as far as like volunteer coaches and background checks, we've had some kind of role changes and kind of turnover in HR. So that role's been kind of jumbled a little bit this year, but we've identified that gap as well. And I think we're getting to a point, as Anna said, that we're going to lead in on that and kind of nail down that process a little and streamline it.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Director Ramirez.
I'm trying to remember, when we had policy committee, did we mention that we wanted ADD linked into this document?
Into GBEB?
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. ADD-E.
If you scroll down to the very bottom, it's linked in there. That goes through all the links to the plans and the related policies.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if there's a way to move that up or I don't know. I just bolded maybe. Definitely missed it, even though I went all the way to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important for us to be able to have families access that document. And then I did have a question at the ending each building principal, the annual safety reports from each school. Who's in charge of ensuring that this is being done? Okay. So I think it might be, I mean, I guess I would defer to you guys on this, but I feel like right now it just says like each building principal is responsible. And I feel like somewhere in there it should say that someone's going to ensure this happens. Because I feel like this is an accountability piece here that we're missing of like, if the CAO is ensuring that this is taking place annually, let's just add it in there to make sure people know when they read this policy. And that's it.
Thank you. Director DeFreitas.
Do we want to address Begonia's question?
No.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good evening. I just wanted to give a quick answer to all coaches must pass a background check. That is part of our onboarding policies. I'm a bit surprised by the comment received, but that is part of onboarding for all personnel within the district. Thank you.
And just to clarify on that point, even if they're volunteer,
Even volunteers must also pass a background check. Yes.
my other question relates to GBEB in the section under the heading possession of deadly weapons. It says the board's policy regarding public possession of deadly weapons on school property or in school buildings applies to all school district and all district employees. Is that a different policy? Somewhere?
Yes, it's KB.
Okay. All right, I just didn't know that one off the top of my head and I couldn't find it initially.
KGB, sorry.
If we can link it in there, perhaps. Just, or is it referenced at the bottom? Sorry.
It's not referenced at the bottom. Can we ensure that we add that cross-reference to KGB? I mean, I think
It's really KGB.
Yeah.
I don't think I have other questions. Besides that, I think some of them have been addressed in the comments discussing training about being mandated reporters. And it looks like that's moving through policy committee. So my concern was that that's clarified as well. Yeah, good, thanks.
And my only question is a follow-up on the section on the possession of deadly weapons. We got some input. We reached out and asked for some input on that specifically because I think my position is that we shouldn't have deadly weapons in our schools. But I think that policy committee might need to revisit this and have a discussion about the way that this interacts with KGB and if we're comfortable with the reading of KGB applying in this instance. And it might be good to have Dustin as part of that discussion. And I don't have anything else. I think everything else that I had was answered through policy committee. So we'll move into 5 minutes of open discussion. If anyone has any other comments, questions on these.
I think just following up on what you were saying, yeah, maybe just some of the conversations happening nationally, it wouldn't hurt, would make me feel better to move ahead and just make it clear that our district perhaps has no interest in allowing that change to take place from the perspective of whether it's classroom teachers or administration.
Yeah, I very much appreciate hearing your perspective on that because that's mine. I don't think that as a district, I would want us to move forward to arming our teachers in any way.
Ever.
And I think I want to be very clear with that, and GBEB and the way that it interacts with KGB, as we've been advised, would allow for that. And so I think there needs to be some further discussion and clarity around what we're saying when we say that it applies as it does to everyone else.
You know, I'm looking at KGB right now and wonder, it was last revised over 15 years ago. We still have time before the end of the year. Do we? Maybe. We can talk about it in policy committee, but I'm just, if we wanted to move it, given if the board feels this is important, I think there's an opportunity to revisit this policy in alignment. And we could tackle that with we could bring that to policy committee in the next meeting, see if y'all want to take it on. We would only need to.
Yeah, I mean, we could also distinguish this policy because this is staff conduct policy. And so we could distinguish here that we don't want KGB to apply to staff in the way that it does to the public at large. I mean, we could also take on KGB and extend it into that policy if we want, because I think the way that it currently reads is that people that have a concealed carry permit may carry and may have weapons in their vehicles. And yeah, we need to adjust that.
I read that a little bit different in KGB, saying that not only do they need.
We got advice from legal on it that I don't think everyone's privy to. And that's why I said it would make the most sense to take it back to policy committee because you all haven't seen it yet, which I can share it out, but I just don't think it makes sense for us to get into the discussion here when everyone hasn't had the chance to look at it and digest it.
I'm totally lost. What's KGB?
KGB is
besides, okay.
It's public conduct on school grounds.
Oh yes, I remember that one. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So let's bring it back to policy committee and we can decide if we want to add KGB or if we want to limit it to staff conduct and be more explicit in possession of a deadly weapon and GBEB. Makes sense. Okay. Okay. Anything else on these? All right, I'm gonna march us along. Thank you. The next business in order is a collective bargaining contract discussion. And so we are going to give each board member 2 minutes to make comments. We'll have 5 minutes of open discussion. We will not be discussing individual terms of the contract as those are still under negotiation. But we will start with director after.
That's totally right.
Sorry, sure. Director Ramirez, go ahead. Sorry, I just tried to like.
Well, in the spirit of accountability, I want to say thank you guys for all of the time that you guys have given to this process. I think it's really important. I feel that this board has stressed on multiple occasions how important this is to us that we accomplish, and we've appreciated your guys' dedication, collaboration to working with us through this process. I know that it hasn't been easy for any of us in the teams and the discussions we've had, but I think this is really a positive pivot for us to be able to enter into a contract, into an agreement that we can both, feel simultaneously excited and like happy about. So I just want to reiterate that we appreciate your time. Thank you for the extra hours on top of the extra hours you guys give up of teaching to be able to provide, thoughts and representation for our teachers and for our community that we do value as this school district. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Director DeFreitas.
Thank you all again for all of your time. I just want to reiterate, while we can't go into any of the exact discussions in executive committee, we are committed to sticking to the timeline and the expectations that were previously discussed. And so it's the conversations that have to happen in such a short time frame are continuing. They're moving forward. We are going to stick to those expectations as much as we can because we know how important it is for you all to be able to bring this to teachers before the end of the year, especially just in the climate that we're already facing with teacher attrition. I mean, it's always on the consent agenda, but there's always a list of who's leaving. Mm-hmm. And I know some names that joined that list just in the last few weeks that just about broke my heart. So I want to make sure that this is a way that we show the respect and appreciation we have for teachers and their professional autonomy and their role here in the district. I appreciate your time and patience.
Thank you. Director Tytler.
I would also like to say thank you for all the time that teachers have put in, and beyond that, the job that you do as teachers and your important role, and that we stand behind the work that you do. And I think too often in this type of process, it's deemed us versus them. And I really hope we get to the point where we realize it's us, and that it isn't side versus side. And I believe in the process of IBB and the process behind IBB and honoring what we have come up with discussions, I think is the basis for this contract. And so I do believe that as we're looking at what goes into this contract, that it's should be based on what we have discussed through IBB and agreements that we have come up together in IBB. And as far as the timeline goes, I think that has been a difficult one and a frustrating one in some sense for, I think, all sides, in that we're trying to put something, it's different coming to an agreement and through IBB, and it's an agreement, and it's different than putting it in contract and the ramifications of what contract means. And so I want to say thanks for the patience as we're going through this process. I don't feel like we're trying to stall the process. I don't think we're trying to slow down the process. I think we're trying to be careful and deliberate and make sure that what we put into action is in the best interest of all sides and in the best interest of, first of all, the children in our district, and secondly, the district as a whole. And so I think we just need to make sure as we're going forward that we understand that time is an issue in this, and we're doing our best to try to meet the timeline that we put forth.
Thank you. Director After?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for being here, everyone, tonight. Again, many late nights for you all, and I know you've been doing this for many years and appreciate the and recognize that I'm relatively new to this process and have tried to catch up, but I'm just blown away and very admiring of the effort that your group has put into this on behalf of the teachers. And also just the power of collective action and of advocacy, which you saw, I think, through the safe haven policy that was passed earlier tonight, which is a result of a lot of advocacy. And I think the same kudos can go to you all for strong collective action on behalf of your members. So thanks for being here.
Yeah, and I'll just round us out by echoing the thanks. I know that this has been a huge undertaking for all sides. I know it's something that has been danced around for years, and seeing it come to fruition, I think, is something that everyone will be able to celebrate. We have a board who, as a whole, supports this and supports this work, and we're trying to move urgently towards completion. So reiterating that our goal and our aim is to stick to the timeline, and that is what we're trying to do. And we appreciate your patience as we work through the process and the nuances and get the clarifications and answers that we need to be able to fully support this, as we are balancing all sides and the impact that it can have in so many ways. Because things that seem simple off the bat, we understand, can be much more complex, and thinking through those complexities takes time, takes discussion. But we're grateful, very grateful for all the work that everyone has put into it, all of the time, all of the energy, all of the effort, all of the heartache, all of the conversations that we all know are continually happening. So thank you for that. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you all here May 22nd. So we'll have 5 minutes of open discussion if anyone has anything else to add.
I just wanted to add an extra thanks to Director Kuhlenberg for some of the work that took place on the front end, as well as the previous Director Teitler, who have both participated in other conversations that have taken place in our IBB team. And then obviously to all of our IBB staff, teachers, to our staff, thank you guys for the time. I know that this has been an added labor of love, and I appreciate so much that you guys have all committed endless amounts of time that you will never be compensated for. So thank you.
Maybe in karma one day.
Admin director.
Anything else from the board?
Can I?
Yeah,
We should.
absolutely.
First. Rob Norval is the president of RFCEA, and in his last couple of weeks. Nina Asher, a refugee teacher, is president-elect.
Oh. Sorry, I assumed everyone made that assumption. I shouldn't.
I just didn't know Nina was president-elect.
Yes.
I guess just one more thing I would like to add is, and I think I said this in IBB, it's a interesting position for me being here on the board and coming from a teaching background, and my heart is with teachers. And it was a change that, quite frankly, I didn't expect in some ways of becoming on the board, of realizing the different perspective that this role entails and being in. And I think when we're in positions as teachers, we do sort of get into our focus, like this is where I'm at, and I'm thinking from the teacher's point of view. And I think that's important, and you are the backbone in the structure that we work with to get to the places that we're trying to get as a district. And you are the most important part of our district, is who we are and what you do. And so as much as possible, we always want to be supporting teachers in every sense. And I just think it's an interesting point where I've just had to come look at it from a different lens. And I think from looking from it from a different lens doesn't mean that I support teachers any less, but I'm trying to take into account other factors as those come aboard. And I think it just complicates and makes it messy. And adds to sometimes where I feel like I'm contradicting myself and my beliefs, but just understanding that there is a point when we're trying to discuss something, we're not, or I'm not trying to say I don't support teachers in any way, but still trying to think what is best for the district as a whole sometimes can be misconstrued of not supporting teachers. And I hope it's understood that at the base of what we do is always supporting teachers.
Anything else? Thank you all. I appreciate it. Okay. The next business is action on the district's proposed 2024 to 2029 strategic plan. Yep, wherever you want. Is there a motion to approve the district's proposed 2024 to 2029 strategic plan?
I make a motion to propose the district's 2024 to 2029 strategic plan.
Is there a second?
A second.
We'll now have 2 minutes discussion for each board member and 5 minutes open discussion. Director After, would you like to start us on this one?
Sure. I admit that this seems like a very important thing, and it is like at the very bottom of this agenda, but we have talked about it at length, and you've done a good job of bringing the team, this team continually up to speed with no surprises. I did want to acknowledge the message we've been receiving of concern about Carbondale music and a lack of music, I guess, in general in the strategic plan. Someone emailed us about that, I think today. I didn't go back to double check their work on that, but I guess I just wanted to say that for the public record. I think we should figure out how to solve this music and arts conundrum, primarily music, primarily right now in Carbondale, but it's not isolated to Carbondale. And so that doesn't have any bearing on my wanting to move forward with a strategic plan, but I do think it's important and we need to try to unlock it. And I know you're working with some community partners to try to do that.
Thank you. Director Ramirez.
Dr. I'm just going through this slides again, and I'm noticing that some of the edits we made at the last meeting maybe were not updated. 5.1. And then I think it was staff retention. We were gonna put staff retention for learning staff.
5.2.
So 5.1. Increase the hiring and retention of Latinx teachers and staff to reflect the demographics. And then on page 22, we're going to add the numbers of staff retention for Latinx staff.
I think I remember, Steve, what your name is what you're looking for is the disaggregated data for measure number 1 on page 22.
Yeah, right. Isn't that?
I remember us talking about that, and I don't remember asking for it. So we will follow up and get that in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we did discuss 5.1 and we updated that. So I wonder if maybe there was another document that maybe you edited and then, okay.
Okay, we'll do it.
So I think my biggest thing was just making sure that we fix that. Yep. Okay.
Thank you. Director Freitas.
Yeah, I appreciate the thoroughness there and the follow through, Director Ramirez. And you have definitely held our hands on this document and the public interface with it. And your staff has been so thorough and consistent in their outreach. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I really appreciate it because I don't know that that's necessarily been done before at this level. And I hope that the current staff and building leadership recognizes their voices have been seen and heard here as well. I think moving into the upcoming budget discussion, some of the concerns about core classes, including music, and the equity of those offerings can be addressed. But it is a good reminder that equity does mean a lot of things. And we have it a lot in here. So I don't have any other further comments here at 9:34 PM on this strategic plan.
Director Tyler?
Much the same as I feel like we've been well walked through this document and had lots of eyes on it. The only thing I would like to say about it at this point is if we can just make sure that pages 24 through 27 become front facing in its presentation as we put it out there. I know we've talked about that, but just making sure that that's not hidden within the document as we are presenting it.
I don't have anything else to add other than congratulations. This has been a lengthy, involved process that you've been dedicated to for well over, 9 months now? Hearing voices from, I think, every group within our community. So I greatly appreciate the time and energy and focus that this took to get us to this point. And I look forward to seeing the implementation as we head into the next year. So I don't have any other questions or comments. We'll move into 5 minutes of group discussion. If there's anything to add.
When will we get an update on how this is going to roll out?
Great question. So we adjusted, actually, the last couple slides in here show adjusted timelines based on when we would have concrete materials. So one of the pieces that we have discussed, in conversation with the board through the multiple conversations we've had about this was pushes around having beyond just like a concrete poster to replace those is looking at more of like a one pager or a brochure. And so one of the things that we've reflected on is that knowing that there's this other really core piece of kind of strategic plan documentation that would be a graduate profile, and knowing that that work is coming in the fall, we're going to wait on the paper document, like the paper materials, until we have that process done, because we really believe that those things would move publicly together in the communication, that a graduate profile would go with the strategic plan. So those pieces will come out this fall after that process happens. But like the bones of a website that will have the key priorities, the slides, Director Tyler, that you mentioned, really lifting up those mission measures, those outward facing materials, due to like a huge rush and prioritization from our communications team, Chief Landon, and bilingual communications specialist Christina Vargas, is pretty much ready to go after your vote. That website going live with the kind of public facing priorities, initiatives, and mission measures is ready to go.
So you guys will send what?
Yeah, we can update you on like the links to that on the web, like where it is on the website. And then you can see as you go through the slides that they'll like, let me open them back up. The bottom of that, slides, pages 28, 29, in terms of like cadence of materials and when those will come out. That's been revised a little bit with more of the paper documents being in alignment with the graduate profile. I think, or maybe this isn't the updated version. I think it's not the updated version because I know you did it. We'll update those. We'll share them in the board communications.
One more question I do have is taking into account like ADB and the strategic plan, and as we're looking at budget coming up, is there anything that we should be looking for in the budget coming up that has been specifically put in there with regards to our strategic plan and ADB and the allocation of resources towards the need for equity of our underperforming populations?
I'll speak to some, and then I know Chief Park will have a couple. Certainly, we're going to see there's a lot of projects that require, we have an equity audit that came up from ADB, right, and a board resolution. So we need funding to be able to do that. You'll see that allocation in the in the upcoming budget. There's additional plans that are the development of plans that are in here, a family engagement plan, family partnering plan. Part of the equity audit will be kind of standard component of many equity audits is looking at recruitment and retention, especially of a diverse workforce. And so that plan will be developed in part with that equity audit that has a financial component. So you'll see those in the budget. I'm trying to think what else we're going to see in there. There's a communications audit that's part of the priority number 3, operational excellence and communication with families, has a budget line item. Is there anything else? I mean, we're certainly continuing the work of the Learning Acceleration Plan, which had phase 2 investments that move into 24-25. So you're going to see some of those continuing investments around professional development staffing that were aligned to the Learning Acceleration Plan, aligned to our UIPs, which is also, you know, the strategic plan's a bigger umbrella of all that work. And so you'll see those in the budget as well.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Take some time to celebrate just a minute before you do the next thing. Like staff, yeah, right. The 30-second celebration. What's next? This is, yeah. If you can remember, if you can squeeze it in.
Can
you please call the vote?
Aye.
Director Titler.
Aye.
Director After.
Aye.
Director Ramirez. Director Kuhlenberg.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks. That doesn't count as a celebration.
No. Additional too. Okay, the next business in order is an Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month proclamation. Do I have a motion to approve the proclamation?
I move that the board approve the American Pacific Islander Heritage Month proclamation as presented.
No, you're on the wrong one.
There's 2.
Yeah. It's late. That's okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, we'll now have 2 minutes each. I believe that I'm on Director DeFrady for this one. Just start a thought. If you have any comments, questions?
Yeah, I'm glad that we're thorough and recognizing the diversity that we have in our district, and this is a great way to do it. Thank you for putting on the agenda and taking the time.
Thank you. Director Titler.
I would agree the same as Director DeFrades, and just I think it goes well being that it's on the same time that we're finishing our safe haven resolution. I think they're very intertwined in lots of ways, and so I just think, again, celebrating our diversity is a positive thing.
Director After.
No comments. Happy to be able to pass this.
Director Ramirez.
So I'm sorry for the confusion. That was definitely an event. I did speak to Director Kuhlenberg earlier about this, that I want to work towards creating these resolutions to give sort of that as it stands as confirmation. They're more of just a statement piece right now. I think we should kind of encourage the stronger forum for schools across the district to actually celebrate and honor these really important heritage months. And so, you know, I'm always grateful to this board and to past boards for allowing me the opportunity to bring these forward and to really give us the opportunity for us to really honor the diversity of our school district and of our schools and our students. And I just hope that we can continue to commit to really pushing the district to be actionable.
And I don't have any specific comments. Just wanted to thank you, Director Ramirez, for pushing us towards recognizing these and including these and understanding the importance as an elected body of making these statements and doing it consistently. So I appreciate that and your work on putting these together historically. So we will now have 5 minutes of open discussion if anyone has Anything to add? And if not, we will call the vote. Please call the vote.
Director Tyler. Aye. Director Apter.
Aye.
Director Ramirez. Director Kuhlenberg.
Aye.
Director Euphrates.
Aye.
We'll now read the proclamation. Board of Education proclamation honoring Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Recognizing the significance of Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month is an important time to celebrate the significant contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the history of the United States. Whereas each year, the people of the United States join together each May to pay tribute to the contributions of generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who have enriched the history of the United States. Whereas the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States is inextricably tied to the story of the United States. Whereas the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is an inherently diverse population composed of more than 45 distinct ethnicities and more than 100 language dialects. Whereas according to the Bureau of the Census, the Asian American population grew faster than any other racial or ethnic group over the last decade, surging nearly 72% between 2000 and 2015. Whereas there are approximately 22 million residents of the United States who identify as Asian and approximately 1.6 million residents of the United States who identify as Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, making up nearly 7% of the total population of the United States. Whereas this recognition traces back to the establishment of Asian Pacific Heritage Week in 1978, later expanded to a month-long observance in 1990, and officially designated as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in May 1992, honoring the significant historical milestones, such as the arrival of the first Japanese immigrant on May 7th, 1843, and the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10th, 1869, built with the labor of Chinese immigrants. And whereas Section 102 of Title 36 United States Code officially designates May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month and requests the president to issue an annual proclamation calling on the people of the United States to observe the month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Whereas celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides the people of the United States with an opportunity to recognize the achievements, contributions, and history of, and to understand the challenges faced by Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Whereas we believe in our diversity as a strength, whereas we believe our diversity is a strength, where our students' diverse ethnicities and cultures create rich educational and cultural experiences for the entire school community. And whereas we remain committed to serving, inspiring, and promoting student success while improving student equity and access to high-quality education. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Roaring Fork School Board of Directors do hereby proclaim May to be Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in recognition and celebration of the many contributions by the Asian Pacific American community. Be it further resolved that the Roaring Fork School Board of Directors support the district's current equity-related strategic priorities around addressing differences in achievement, launching equity professional development and tools for staff, creating additional career pathways, developing an education opportunity fund for lower paid and underserved employees, and strengthening the Equity Advisory Council. Be it further resolved that the Roaring Fork School Board of Directors strongly encourages staff and community to observe, recognize, and celebrate the culture, heritage, and contributions of the Asian Pacific American community to our country, our state, our cities, and our schools. Yes.
Thank you, Jonathan Hendon, for the presentation, because this is not mine. So thank you. I apologize, I did not realize till right now that you updated it really well. And I appreciate your work. So thank you for that. I owe you all, we owe you all the credit. Thank you.
All right. Next business in order is a Board of Education resolution honoring National Fentanyl Awareness Day. Do I have a motion to approve the Board of Education resolution honoring National Fentanyl Awareness Day?
I move that we approve the Board of Education proclamation honoring National Fentanyl Awareness Day.
Is there a second? Okay. We'll now have 2 minutes for comments. Director DeFreitas, any comments?
I do not.
Director Tyler.
No.
Director After.
No comments.
Director Ramirez.
I just want to say thank you, Kath Adams, who is a parent in our district, who has come before us in the past and who, sent us emails just, reminding us about not only National Fentanyl Awareness Day, but the proclamation we passed last year. In that spirit, we wanted to pass a resolution to encourage our schools moving forward to share age-appropriate information with our students across the district. I think it's incredibly imperative. I'm like today that we make as much effort as possible to provide information to our students and families and staff, and encourage leadership to participate and be active in fighting against fentanyl abuse. And I think it's just a scary thing that for many of us as parents we encounter and we worry about. And I think this is important for us to encourage our school districts to continue to work towards supporting the community. So, thank you.
I don't have anything additional, just echoing the thanks to Kath and the work that she does advocating around this. We have 5 minutes of open discussion if anybody has anything else.
I just want to piggyback on, again, saying thank you to Kath Adams and the important work that she has done in her relentless advocacy for this issue, and is much appreciated.
Please call the vote.
Director Ramirez, Director Kuhlenberg.
Aye.
Director DeParedes.
Aye.
Director Teitler.
Aye.
Motion passes. Did you get director after?
Didn't I do you first? No. Director after, sorry.
Aye.
It's late. Apologize.
That's okay.
Motion passes. I'll now read the resolution. Board of Education resolution honoring National Fentanyl Awareness Day. Whereas National Fentanyl Awareness Day aims to amplify nationwide efforts to increase awareness and decrease demand for fentanyl, which is a highly addictive synthetic opioid that continues to drive the overdose epidemic in the United States. And whereas fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is approximately 15 times more potent than heroin and 100 times more potent than morphine. And whereas drug traffickers are increasingly mixing fentanyl with other drugs and even putting it in marijuana, cocaine, and other drugs. And whereas there are more cases reported of people overdosing and dying who don't even know that they are taking fentanyl. Only 2 milligrams of fentanyl is considered a potentially lethal dose. It's particularly dangerous for someone who does not have a tolerance to opioids. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that in the United States, over 150 people die every day from overdoses related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl, including an increase of deaths within the last 2 years in the state of Colorado. And whereas students and families need to have a strong sense of awareness about this drug and the dangers of it, raising awareness about the dangers of fentanyl is critical to preventing overdoses and saving lives. And whereas the National Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day is observed to educate the public about the dangers of fentanyl and to remember those who have lost their lives to fentanyl poisoning. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Roaring Fork School Board of Directors hereby declares National Fentanyl Awareness Day to be observed in the Roaring Fork schools and strongly encourages district leadership and staff to share age-appropriate prevention information with students and families. All right. Almost there, guys. Next business in order is board reports and comments. We'll begin with Director Teitler.
I met this morning with the BOCES group, and we had a long conversation over budget and that was the main topic that was brought up, and trying to figure out what our place is and how budget pertains to the different districts, and especially wanting to make sure that budget is being explained to us in ways that we feel like there's line items for everything that is being asked for us to pay. It is one of our biggest expenses that we pay out. And so just making sure that we're up to date. And so it was going to be a vote on it today, but there was enough questions in the meeting that we're putting it off for another couple of weeks to bring it back to our districts who are all make up the BOCES, and trying to get some clarification and make sure that everybody is comfortable with the budget that is going to be presented there. And I would also like to give a shout out and I was able to attend the pre-collegiate graduation up at CMC this past Sunday. There was somewhere in the neighborhood, I think, of 80 pre-collegiate students. I might have that number wrong, but it was a lot of them who've done an incredible job, and just great to see them celebrated and for the accomplishments that they made as first generation students, which is an extra lift for them and their parents. And just a shout out also to the pre-collegiate team who have done supporting them throughout the schools, and also the mentors who have supported those students through many years. And so it's much appreciated.
Thank you. Director After, do you have any updates?
No updates.
Director Ramirez.
I have a meeting. I have a meeting next week with the Federal Relations Network, which is so far positive in sharing that they're going to have their federal relations delegation come out here to our area. So very excited to check in about that. Director Kulenberg and I have been going back and forth and trying to get our leadership across the valley together. We're working on that, trying to create an opportunity for district leadership to meet and be able to go through some of the key themes that we want to elevate in the coming months that are needs of our community, of our valley community. I think the only other thing I want to mention is that I was able to participate in a committee for graduation attire. And the bill was just signed, and so I look forward to bringing forth the resolution, hopefully in the prior to our next policy committee. I know that we have a regulation, I think, around that at the moment, and so if we could access that, share it, I'd appreciate it. I think if we could try to be the model school that the model district that other districts are able to utilize our resolution or language would be really good. That is it.
Thanks, Dr. DeFreitas. Should I go to you already?
Nope.
Okay.
Not much to report, just noting that our legislature is going to wrap it up here in 2 hours for sign a day, whatever you want to call it. Last call on the bills. There have been some crazy stuff going on, school finance related. A lot of really, a massive shift in the formula that hasn't happened in a long time. So I'm sure Chief Markham has some interesting conversations ahead of him. And I'm interested in, just getting a wrap on that and getting my head around some of the impacts it'll have locally. I know school board partners and other organizations also keep an eye on that, but that's it.
I can never remember everything that I do during this time. But, just to follow up on Director Ramirez's comments, we're hoping to get school board leadership together in the coming months. RE2 reached out, and we're trying to get something together, and then something more formal, hopefully in the fall. And I don't know that I have anything else right now. So we'll move on to our final agenda item, which is appreciations. And I wanted to start by just offering a board-wide appreciation from all of us to all teachers for Teacher Appreciation Week. We saw here tonight the dedication that they have to our district, to their role, to our kids, first and foremost. And I think that that's something that we appreciate all the time, but having a week to celebrate, I think is really important. And so I just wanted to offer that on behalf of the whole board, and then I'm happy to go around and let anybody add anything else to that. Director DeFreitas.
Yeah, appreciation for the teachers that were on my kid's bus yesterday in the snow, stuck there for 3 to 4 hours, hanging out with Smokey the bear, trying to entertain everybody. I cannot imagine any other job that just sort of, you would just take that in stride in your day. entire plan thrown out the window. And then not only do you have safety concerns, but I know that they immediately pivoted to how do we make the kids feel safe? Like, how do we make this okay for them? How do we, and then out of it all, just extract a learning opportunity and let's all grow. And I mean, it could have left a flavor in my kid's mouth and his life that just, it didn't. It was just kind of disappointing, but it was fine, you know, and that's a tremendous appreciation for that level of professional and empathetic ability that just is assumed every teacher has and that they use on a daily basis.
Thank you. Director Tyler.
Are we just talking about teachers right now and then are we
You
going to
can
go
add.
back around?
No,
or can I
no.
add? Okay.
Do it all now. You can have more.
I'll start with the teacher part. I know one of the big things that's being talked about in the CBC is time, and time as a teacher is something that is very much prized and hard to come by and is always in short need of. And so I just want to thank teachers for the time that they're continuously putting in, the time that goes beyond the regular day, how it becomes very much a 24/7 job, how you get home from teaching and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about this thing that happened today. And then it becomes running through your brain and it's just not something that just goes away. And so I appreciate the time and effort and dedication that is every day for these teachers, not just right now in Appreciation Week, but I appreciate how it is such an all-consuming, difficult job. And thank you for what they do. And then the other appreciation, I would like to appreciate Director Ramirez for several things. One of them is your attention to detail that, such as with the strategic plan, you're very good at looking back, following up, following through with things that we've asked about. I also appreciate your tack that you take on bringing us into communities and legislatures and all the work that you do that spans beyond our district to the general health and of our state and our country in general, and then how you bring back all that information to us back to our district, and that we're very much benefit from your expertise in those areas. So thank you.
Director Raft.
Yeah, last week on Friday was the CRES Rams run and I saw you there. And it's really a fun event to watch, to raise money for the PTO and the PE program, I believe. And it's great because lots and lots of parents come out. And so thanks to Marty Madsen and the team that puts that on. It's a great event that kids look forward to and parents do too. And also I wanted to celebrate the Carbondale, the brand new Carbondale Education Foundation, which has already raised quite a bit of money to help support some efforts in Carbondale. So I'm sure they'll be the messenger of that at some point, but super excited to and impressed with the effort that a lot of high school parents have put into that. And it's showing already. So.
Excellent. Director Ramirez.
I just want to say thanks again to all of our district teachers. I think it goes without saying that all of us have been touched and impacted by a great teacher. And I think that there is always a sense of gratitude, whether it's just dropping off our kids at school, whether it's our colleagues that we know or have met through our professional life. I don't think any school district can function. I don't think that any school board can do the job without an deep admiration and appreciation for the staff and the teachers, and just, especially since the pandemic, life has changed so drastically, and the flexibility of our teachers to meet the demands and to meet the needs of our students is something that I think all of us will forever be indebted for, whether it's our generation, whether it's our children's generation. We depend on teachers to teach us. So of huge thanks to every Roaring Fork School District teacher, including those who retired from our district, including those who served election time. I think, you know, we just wouldn't be the Roaring Fork School District without our teachers. So thank you.
Okay. If there's no further business and no objection, this meeting will be adjourned. It is 10:04 PM.